Hey, Slice. No, I haven't played the DS version of it, although I do have a character bit. Only Lufia games I played are 1 and 2 on the SNES. Yeah, I know there's Lufia games on the Game Boy Color and on the Game Boy Advance. I know a little bit about the Game Boy Color one, Lufia 3, but I don't really know much of anything about the Game Boy Advance game. New jellies here, I think. Guaranteed level 2. Giving. Arrow for your troubles. Do all these tutorials. Ever curious? No, nothing's really changed about my audio levels compared to previous streams. Somehow the balance is magically changed. I can try to fix it though. That's certainly happened in the past due to shenanigans with OBS and the like. Hey, Ketsy. Yeah, I had a rare weekend where I didn't really have any like morning or early afternoon plans on Sunday, so I thought I'd do an earlier stream to shake things up a bit. Be at a friendlier time for my European friends too. I know this game has a decent-sized fan base in Europe. The time that I normally stream at is very, very late at night over there. Really encounter there, but oh well. Getting overworld encounters early in the game is pretty insignificant because you're generally always going to be able to run away before the enemies attack. Hey, Gabara, morning, or it's afternoon, sir. It's only been afternoon for 55 minutes for me. Hey Zach, yes, this is just released DLC for the well-known Ancient Cave video game. Hey Volta's evening, sir. Yep. Had a rare weekend where I didn't really have any plans in the morning or early afternoon, so thought I'd do a European-friendly stream for a change. Yeah, I mean, I do 100% get why the cave is a lot more popular for speedrunning than the full game, but the full game interests me a lot more. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to playing the Crisis Core remaster in about a month. I have not played the original game since around when it came out, so don't remember a lot about it, just other than the story and the ending. Shoot these enemy sprites in the order I fought them in the proper. Kill this beetle. Probably a wash overrunning and then having to dodge around it. Same for this one. Okay. Hit myself. this is not going to be a good split. Mostly been practicing the late game Vengeance the past week, and whenever I do that, my early game performance starts to suffer. For some reason I thought this room was south of where I got the Insect Crush. Shield Tiles room. I could sure see it being kind of mathematically possible to save time with a really fast and really good blue chest item in the cave, but I feel like the odds of both getting the item you need and getting it fast enough for it to actually save time are low. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely learning that you get rusty at this game pretty fast. Because of how technical the movement is, especially. This is no manip period. If you were doing catfish manip, you'd be skipping this detour here to get the speedy ring. Chopboard. If you're doing completely unmanipulated, you basically need both the speedy ring and then also the extra experience from these fights here in order to have a somewhat safe catfish fight. Frog or bonk like that. Let's come in here and safety. Slide. Yeah, for sure. I'd rather have that than have like really massive amounts of meaningful RNG late in the game, though. At least if the early game is rough, that makes resetting over just bad stuff happening less painful. I need at least 32 HP to not die to flash if he casts it. That's good. Could have gone for the kill a little sooner, but I think if I got a 47 on the boomerang, then that wouldn't have killed him, and then I'd have died. Good after that. I at least wanted to have enough health to survive a melee attack if the fourth boomerang didn't kill. Kind of rare to get actually punched in this fight. I'm glad I healed after the catfish. Hey, buddy, welcome in. Compliment. Oh, I got bad speed. Well, I forgot to equip the speedy ring. Actually, yeah, that's something I'm still doing periodically. Is forgetting to equip the speedy ring after I get it. 30-second loss was just from bad execution. I mean, the RNG wasn't the greatest in this cave too. Like I had a lot of two enemy groups on fights that I didn't have boomerangs to use on in the speedy ring room, but I got kind of confused on where I was in the cave at one point, and well, I don't know, that alone was probably a good like 15-20 seconds. Hey, Botticelli, welcome in. Yep. Coaxel is indeed a mini-boss from Super Castlevania 4. That mini shield I just bought is going to see a lot of use still throughout the run because of the Battle Lust IP ability, which is a nice attack power buff. If anyone's not familiar with this game, IP is kind of like limit breaks in like Final Fantasy VII, where when you take damage, you grow an IP meter, and then you can spend IP points to do special attacks that are based on your equipment. It's a really interesting system with a lot of flexibility. I wonder if forgetting to equip the speedy ring actually hurt me on the catfish fight a bit too, because you get a bit of extra defense from speedy ring, which would be better at least for catfish's melee attack. Yeah, I'm glad they sort of brought back the IP system for Final Fantasy X, in the sense that you get more control over how your overdrive bar charges up than you do in Square RPGs before that. Yeah, desperation attacks in FF6 are, I consider kind of those more Easter eggs than a something you'd actually kind of seriously use in combat strategy. Take a couple extra fights along the way here to try to guarantee that Tia hits level 8 before Regal Goblin. The safety thing I'll eventually cut out of my route once I'm ready to try to gun for a better time. Awkward spot for the I think so. I know you can get Eagle Rock drops from fighting eagles, and I would assume a manipulated run would probably manipulate at least one of them to sell. Besides catfish and camo jewels, I would probably say the random drops that you could manipulate that would help the most in the run would probably be a bee rock that you could get in the ruby caves, and then stuff like the old sword and the gorgon rock that you can get in the end game. Hey, Rotorstorm. Getting to do this before messing with the teleporter. Yeah, like I've been watching various other people's runs in this game to get tips on like optimized movement and stuff, and like I watched a really fast run on the Japanese version last night that was doing a lot of manipulation with, I think, the Evil Jewel. It was something that had an AoE instant death IP ability. Or maybe that's it, yeah. A lot of the jewel names in the Japanese version are in hiragana, which I can't read very well. Take some more effort to translate. But yeah, the gargoyles, the lions, and the white dragons all just get instant death away in one turn. Oh, nice. Yeah, I played Bravely Default 2, I think, last year. Enjoyed it. Yeah, overall, I mean, I wasn't paying a ton of attention to the equipment routing and stuff in that run because, well, Japanese and would take effort to translate, and it was a fully manipulated run, so a lot of what it did wouldn't really be applicable for this category. I was more just after movement tech. Yeah, I don't honestly know if I'm going to play the Tactics Ogre remake just because I put a lot of time into the PS1 version of Tactics Ogre back in the day. That is a pretty massive game. I'm sure even with the remake's ability to let you kind of jump back in time and not have to like start a completely new playthrough to go down different story branches, it's still going to take quite a long time to get 100% in. Oh, happy birthday to your sister. Still not level 8 yet. This kobold fight here. Hey, Sronster? Yeah, there's level 8. Hitting level 8 for Tia before Regal Goblin isn't like an essential thing, but it does make the fight a fair bit safer. Also, I forgot the pull first. I'm distracted by thinking about level. I've got my favorite Final Fantasy game in my Twitch bio, FAQ. So that question does come up pretty often. Yeah, the earlier parts of the run for this game are like Final Fantasy VII, where it just works out that using consumable combat items is a lot more efficient than actually getting better weapons and raising levels. Simple menu that I shouldn't need to look up. Be rusty at the early. I don't think Regal Goblin is a hard boss, but it's super, super, super random. Not healing Tia. Regal Goblin punches her, she'll die. Glad I have the boat for extra defense. That almost certainly would have killed her without it. Opening to try to put him to sleep. the sleep didn't really save that much time. Just for safety, you have to get some extra money and make it so I don't have to solve the witch ring. Back up here to get some extra evidence. Yes, I will be doing the doing that glitch in the Northwest Tower. Hey Rageworks, thanks a lot. The last safeties I'm planning to cut out of my route just because that makes a difference for the next boss, which is both random and difficult. To be clear too, I did not actually discover that glitch with the conveyor room in the Northeast Tower. I just learned about it from watching a run on the Japanese version. Had less stuff to sell. That's better. I think I'm looking into is if getting the Gale spell for Tia here might be useful, because summoned by Camu are weak to ice, and ice alone. Hey BT, welcome in. Yeah, the idea would be to get the Gale spell probably instead of the Droplet spell. Still be useful against Pierre, and actually be able to kill the goons summoned by Camu with only one big boomer instead of two, but I'd need to actually do some timing on if the slower animation is actually worth it or not. Yeah, Northern Aspect, especially with RPGs like this, it's often just kind of mind-blowing just how fast you can beat a game like this if you're doing generally just kind of the bare minimum needed to progress the story and have strategies for beating bosses under-leveled. Hey, Shadow Killer. Yeah, I had a rare Sunday where I don't really have anything else going on. But I do a rare European-friendly stream. Hopefully I'll be able to start doing these slightly more often, like maybe approximately once a month. Yeah, it'll also mean potentially getting to bed before midnight my time. Clarity? Yeah, I like to say this is also becoming the change I want to see in the world as far as running the full game. Safe to save. I did do some testing with Camus, and an issue I've had the past couple runs is if he just spams Buster Attack over and over and over again, that I just don't really make any progress on the fight, so I think a risk I'm going to take on is if he does Buster Attack, I'm gonna only heal with Tia instead of both Tia and Maxim, but if he does it multiple times, then I'll have to double heal. Hey, random username. The fact that I have the Witch Ring for Tia should hopefully a bit less risky than I initially thought, too. I say that and immediately get punished. That's literally the one thing he can do that makes that risk bite me, is punch Tia for a high damage roll. Pretty much needs to be at full in order to not die to that. Well, I did have the fortune when this game came out of being able to borrow a copy of it from a friend at school, so being able to actually finish it too big of a problem. Same with Lufia 1. This is where having the Gale spell for Tia could potentially bit. I'd only need one big boomer to kill this guy. So I'd be losing out on a little bit of damage on Camu, but Tia using big boomers from the back road isn't really that strong. Yeah, this was a very late Super Nintendo game. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of rental stores just didn't really care anymore in '96 when this game came out and were more interested in Nintendo 64 and PlayStation. You know what? I think I need to. I think probably the better way to handle this is to just keep an eye on how much damage Tia takes from the Buster attack. Because if it's a low roll like 32, the last one, then I should be fine to only do one heal. With a 37 like that, then it's a little scarier. Last was all I needed. I only lost 10 seconds despite resetting. I mean, my PB's Camu fight was pretty slow too. I think that's probably what I'm going to try to do going forward is when he uses Buster attack, just pay attention to how much damage it actually does to Tia, and then make a decision from there on how much healing I need recover from it. Hey Alexa, come in. Hey Free Kobe. Look. Having to use all of my big boomers kind of stinks though, because then I have to buy them. Money isn't super plentiful yet. Another reason why I want to look into the Gale spell is because it would save big money. Well, I think it was more like 2 hours, I think, but yeah, it was a pretty significant number. Oh, when you bop a certain stage 4 mini boss, well, that is true. At some point, someday I do want to learn a Castlevania game as a speedrun. History with the and love for the series. Happened yet. The top contenders would probably be Castlevania 3 and Castlevania 4. Castlevania 3, despite my internet name, is actually my favorite Castlevania game, but it's also not an easy game to kind of consistently finish runs of if you have an unplanned death. It's for sub-weapons and shot multipliers and stuff. Castlevania 4 is much, much harder of a speedrun, but it's also easier to finish. That's okay, Chubby, but yeah, I'll let you know if I get to the point of needing that info. It'd be CV3, the US version, just because that's what I grew up with. I did get a cart of Akumaju Densetsu a couple months ago, though. We're going back into this tower in order to get those chests in Camu's room that we ignorantly pieced out without opening. All of them are really nice items. Yeah, I miss Furious Paul's CB4 grind streams so much. Those were just the ultimate chill and comfy, especially late at night. It should be about 5-ish hours total, when I finish this run. Which I plan to, unless something happens that prevents me from finishing. Still a ways away from the point where I'd really need to reset over stuff in order to have it. Or I keep thinking maps to the eight. Only one B, I'd expect the odds of getting a B-Rock drop. And we get an antidote instead of a B-Rock. I mean, I still feel on the fence on if doing that fight for the B-Rock drop chance is actually worth it, because I've never actually gotten it. Yeah, I know Paul has been playing WoW, like, professionally since the first version of it came out. I have no interest in WoW personally, but I always respect kind of dedication to anything. So, you can see the skeleton because of the title card. What? Really wants to tango apparently. Challenge on buttons here. Play RPG, hope, welcome in. It's kind of poopy there. Summoning this spider there lowered the amount of damage that Spark actually lowered the amount of damage that Guy did because of putting the tarantula into the back row. Yep, 60 floors of the ancient cave do the Dungeon 1 thing, which is pretty unfortunate if you ask me. How much good music this game has, they could have at least hurried it up a bit. Shower again, okay. See, if he does poison shower again, then I'm probably toast. I'm not going to roll the dice again. The safer route option actually is to equip the Pearl Brace onto Tia for this fight, and then she'll have immunity to paralysis, but that then means that you can't buff Guy's attack power, capitalize on its good IP. Come on. Okay. Pretty stinky fight, though. Yeah, I mean, a really fast tarantula fight would be maybe like 4 or 5 turns or so, because you'd be able to get like 2 blaze attacks off, and then those boosted by battle loss plus a few other things will kill it. Hey, Crimson J. Yeah, I mean, I'm still at the point with this game where I can come back from this. I have a lot of time to save in the rest of the run. If I ever try to gun for like a sub 4-hour time, I mean, I'd have then it'd be a pretty brutal grind as far as needing to reset until you get about a good first hour and a half. Kind of the most rough RNG in the run. It's concentrated. It does start to tone down pretty much now, though. I mean, the Tarantula is the last kind of really, really rough boss fight for a while. About almost an hour in, we finally have the ability to revive characters in battle. No. I don't think this game really has a kind of a Kefka at Narish equivalent. I mean, Gades 2, I would probably say, would be a good stopping point for a partial game category. But Gordovan Gades is is kind of, for lack of better terms, a meme run, because Gordovan Gades is a fight that you're not intended to be able to win, but you can. Either by playing in retry mode, leveling up a lot, or doing really heavy RNG manipulation. Oh, I remember Rock and Gelada Tinoka. Yes. It's called I mean, Gordovan Tower is Gordovan is a town, and then Gordovan Tower is where the unwinnable fight with Gades takes place. Well, quote unquote unwinnable. Kind of a nickname for the first Gades fight is Gordovan Gades, because of just that being where to fight him. Adud. Like Udu Adud. Switch pattern. Okay. That's fine. Well, I mean, I think it might be specific to that one specific room in the northeast tower, but I mean, when I found out about it last night and then just loaded up a save state that was in that room, I just did what the Japanese run that I was basing that off of did, and was able to reproduce it like first or second try. I mean, if you're using the bug fix patch that I recommend for playing this game casually, that might fix the fix that glitch, but I don't know. But if it's just the straight vanilla ROM, then yeah, it should be possible on basically all versions of the game. Alright, it's time to say hi to that's for Zach's best friend / nightmare, Pierre Clown. And I forgot to get the spells. No, I'm just gonna power through it. I'm supposed to buy some spells after the tarantula. Getting to buy these spells is going to cost a fair bit of time on the clowns, but not as much as leaving and coming back would. At least it just means that Tia is going to be total dead weight for this fight. And Maxim's going to be mostly dead weight for the next one. I think at this point, there's no point in going back to get them after this dungeon, though, because I don't need Flash or upload again at this point. The puzzles in this game are pretty fair and intuitive for the most part, but there's a couple exceptions, like the colored block puzzles in this dungeon can trip people up really, really easily. They don't, because there's nothing in the game that tells you that you can you can line up the blocks diagonally. Something I recently learned too is that that puzzle is actually exclusive to the English version of the game, or I should say the non-Japanese versions, because for whatever reason that set of puzzles is completely different in the Japanese version. Yeah, the growing flowers puzzle on one of the mountain dungeons is pretty rough, casually. It's just trial and error until you memorize or write down the pattern. Hey, Lord Goober, agreed. Hey, Jumper. Thing I was hoping not to see there. You gain NTL. Proactive regain on Maxim. Somewhat stupid. Okay, that to say unless you fireballs Maxim. Okay, this one's going very good. really, really, really bad clowns. I mean, some of that was my own doing for forgetting to get the droplet and flash spells before Memento, but RNG I got on your 2v1 fight was a trip too. Buy a couple more regains on my way out of here. Hey, Aceback, so look. Pop in and out of Gordovon so that we can warp here. Right, now we go to the aforementioned Gordovon West Tower. I was talking about earlier, the boss here you're intended to lose to, and then the story still continues, but it is possible to win, and if you win, you do get a Gades Blade for your trouble. But good luck actually doing so outside of Game Plus. I mean, it's definitely possible. I've seen people do it, but it's not easy. The Gades in this tower is way stronger than the one you actually fight 2 dungeons from now. What's significant about level 22? Is that just a breakpoint for stats as far as being able to keep up with healing or something? Oh, okay, breakpoint for health. Yeah, I do remember H.C. Bailey showing how to beat Gordovon Gades in a game playthrough. So watched a lot of his videos before Twitch took off. No, I didn't. C. Bailey was pretty much the only Let's Player that I watched with any regularity. Day drinks, okay. Day in all 7, yes. Rare daytime / Europe friendly stream. Oh, I'm hoping to be able to start doing these maybe about once a month or so. This puzzle room is actually different in the Japanese version as well, and I think that one's because of censorship reasons, because the Japanese version of that puzzle is where you're lining up tiles to make a cross. Hey, Alistair. Pretty nice Thanksgiving / extended week. Want to see is a Destructo wave right away. The guy is softened up enough to just get the chat. Yep, nice. Would have been a gold if I didn't buy more regains. We'll be hearing more of that song soon enough. About minutes. Yeah, unlike the Lavos and Ocean Palace fight, if you actually win this fight, the game doesn't just end. I forget what I know. I know Gades somehow gets the drop on you after the fight anyway, even though you won. But you do get a Gades blade for your troubles. Yeah, I mean, I did spend some time in the casino when I did a casual playthrough last summer. I remember doing quite a bit of slot farming to get the Dragon Slayer sword for fighting the Egg Dragon. The Nico leaderboard for this game actually has a Egg Dragon RTA category, which is new game to defeat Egg Dragon, which is the other super boss besides the Ancient Cave Jelly. Because Nico, no videos, of course. I'm very curious how exactly it's possible to defeat the Egg Dragon in like 4.5 hours or so without using the HP overflow glitch that it's susceptible to that span specifically. This game's menu system is pretty tight, if you ask me. Like, it's got nice quality of life features as far as like being able to page through pages of menus, which not every SNES or RPG let you do. You could do selective multi-targeting as far as like select, well, like the name implies, only targeting subsets of your party or the enemies. Because when I think about Secret of Mana, I think about the ring menu system. I know, it's walked right past the top. something new I'm doing in this run is getting the trick spell for Salon for use on bosses much later on. Trick is the attack power buffing spell. Not really. I mean, this game is a prequel to Lufia 1. There's a couple little kind of Easter egg-like things here and there that make more sense if you've already played Lufia 1. But this game, I think, is aged massively better than Lufia 1. So I always say, if anyone's gonna play a Lufia game, make it this one, and then if you really like it and want to know where the story goes next, then try out Lufia 1 afterwards. Yeah, Lufia 1's a pretty different kind of a game. It plays a lot more like an old school Dragon Quest game. Hope you enjoy it. Mistake as far as trying to approach from the left. I did it again. I felt like something was off in that fight because there was a dog in it, but first fight was the one I actually need to take. Alright, so that was bad. I need more practice on that room. Because it's pretty difficult because of really want to approach the required fight from below instead of from the side, because if you approach from the side, you have a sizable chance of getting ambushed. Hey, Bade, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream went well. Doing a Lufia II, no major glitches, no manipulation speedrun. Only about a little under a third of the way through the game at this point. Hey Ted, welcome in. Yeah, I usually stream later than this, usually around like 7 p.m. US Central Time, but Had a rare opportunity to do an earlier stream today, which I've been wanting to do for a while, just because I know there's a lot of people in Europe that like this game. The hours I usually stream at are pretty late at night over there. Minor detour here to pick up a Thunder Ring that's going to be really important for the first fight with Idurka. Extra bomb like that, bring that bridge in a bit. So I know I died like twice, I think, on this next fight, so I've got a lot of time to save here. My first try it, I'll be ahead. Well, I mean, if it's just a straight-up eagle, I fight a fair number of those in the lake cave where the catfish is. I think I have actually gotten an eagle rock drop like once or twice. Hey, killed well. Target 3 of the mummies to ensure. Alright. gold. Pretty big one too. Yeah, that especially that trolls fight can really fall apart in a hurry if I get unlucky on the first turn. Yeah, the boss. This game's boss theme is so good too. It's as epic as like a final boss theme for another game, if you ask me. Not need to heal here because I get a storyline heal, so sure. Getting that poison cured too. Yeah, I mean, there's parts of the soundtrack to this game that don't really do much for me, but I wouldn't really say there's anything that I find bad. Like this tower theme, yeah, I mean, it's inoffensive, but I wouldn't really call it like a banger or anything. Love that. Yeah, the normal boss theme is definitely one of the highlights of the soundtrack. It's me. I used to only really like the Sinistral boss theme, but the normal one has grown on me a lot. Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah, as far as just a really fast tempo, high energy track like you'd hear in a racing game. Slipped and I hit left instead of right. Reset here to set the position of these frogs here so they... Password for these, this puzzle here you just learn from hint tiles elsewhere in the tower. Lucky there. All right, here we go. just kills him. Alright, good fight. Didn't really do anything particularly trolly at all. Decent tower too, as far as I don't think I got any unplanned fights. Could always be cool. I'm still about 10 minutes off, like a legit good Gades 2 time. So 1:35 would be We're getting there though. Now it's time. It's pretty much the longest set of cutscenes in the game outside of the ending. Where they get married and have a kid, yes. An interesting choice that they decided to have several sets of unique music for these cutscenes. Yeah. One of the bits of music from these cutscenes does get used for the world's most difficult trick, though. Yeah, which is an optional puzzle very late in the game that that kind of implies is a difficult one. Yes, it is. I kind of wish they'd have picked a different track for the world's most difficult trick, because this it's a kind of a short loop that gets old pretty fast if you're listening to it for a very long time. The North Lighthouse, which is like a mess. It's not like a super hard dungeon, but the difficulty is amplified by the fact that you only have 2 party members for it. Yeah. Really put any time into trying to figure out how to actually optimal order to do that is. I just look at a picture and just taking a scope. So if I'd have gotten lucky and gotten the B-Rock drop in the Ruby Cave, I'd be able to skip this next segment here. They've yet to actually get... Hey, Zazman? Okay. From face planning and really don't want to get encounters in this place, because if you do, a lot of these can one-shot Salon. Sure if I needed to do that, but I really wanted to make sure he died that turn. It's starting to get pretty shaky as far as keeping Salon alive. Falling for that too, where I think I'm going to appear south at the castle instead of... Love is my sword. Not only one of the best characters in the game for combat, but has a lot of the best lines too. Stronger 4 Maxim isn't required, but it helps for the next fight. Yeah, I kind of wondered that too. glitchy or something. They changed his name to, actually, his name is Haideka, and they must have struck out with ability growth for to get hit that many times away from those trees. Sworn you can generally run from those trees. I do wish this tool was more useful, because, I mean, setting things on fire is always a fictional circumstance. Puzzles that fire arrow. Too soon. Token. Hey, Northwicks. Yeah, this game was in my childhood, and actually most of my high school friends that were into Super Nintendo RPGs played one or both Lufia games. So it's kind of disappointing to learn as an adult that the games are generally considered obscure nowadays. Knight's Wrist Tower. for this room as far as maybe just waiting for the lizard to step off the switch so I can stun him and move on. Particularly good with yeah, about what I expected, isn't it? So it's very bad execution and the counter skips here. Get the end twice in order to story. Last time I played this casually, it took me a while to figure out what. Time to go check out the ancient cave. do some shopping though. Yeah, but I do like that they actually have in-game, like sirens call music or hypnotism music, whatever you want to call it, instead of just describing it through text. Older. Puzzle script. It's not hard, but it's pretty sensitive to input precisely. Got it. But that fight is just such hot garbage if you put it. cars should generally be tanky enough to fully withstand it, but all 4 of them use that attack. Bad things happen, like with my IP. Just really sucks for the next fight for Maxim to not have IP, because I need to use one of his IP abilities to make him faster than my Dora. And it's just so bad too, because those squid enemies, all they do is just follow whatever wall they're up against. So it's one of the easiest encounters in the whole game to avoid. The ice ring and so flustered over it's dying to devilfish. Not a huge deal, but just means Salon's blizzard spells will be weaker. Hey Nacho, thank you. That slimy wood. Along with that piano dissonance there. I can't use fleet, so I guess I have to just... I'll make a bit next turn. Wait, what am I doing? I should just put him to sleep, actually. There's a lot of spells in this game that have really good sound design behind them. It's done. One more turn. It's waking up every turn now. Really lose much despite almost dying to Devilfish and then bungling the Idura fight a little bit. Whip the ring at Salon like I was supposed to before. Hopefully that's enough IP for Maxim to cast Fleet. Achieved go mode now with the Dakar blade. If you aren't familiar with the ancient cave, that's the most desired item in all of the ancient caves for as being able to kill the final boss. Hey Midland, oh yeah, doing an earlier stream today because I can. There's a lot going on today. Thing I've been wanting to do for a while. Has 3,500 health, and the Dakar Blade's Deadly Blow just did 22,000 damage. Perspective. Let's just have Guy attack instead of using Fireball. This version is enhanced. Nice. Not sure what happened to make me out of time last round, but back. There's other RPG runs where you're more underleveled than you are in this game, because in this game you get experience off of bosses, and like, there's maybe about half of the Final Fantasy series you don't get experience from bosses, so kind of you're more and more underleveled in a lot of those runs. Like Final Fantasy V kind of comes to mind, where you beat the game in the teens for levels, whereas casually you'd be like in the probably 40s or 50s by the end of the game. So by the end of Lufia II, I'd say you're probably maybe like 10 to 15 levels below what you're expected to be at. Yeah, FF5, just the job system is just so powerful as far as being able to get through the game. Very, very underleveled. A glitched speedrun of Final Fantasy VI, you're very underleveled too, because when you use slots and Vanish Doom and stuff to kill bosses, your level is pretty irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. You can just you can grind by casting dragon power. Betting if it's this house or the one to the left of it. Yeah, I always just really, really like how diverse RPG speedruns can be as far as how what the approach to leveling up is, because you have some runs where just your level doesn't matter with the right strats, so you're just ridiculously underleveled by the end. And then you've got runs where you actually get you abuse like just exploits or just really optimized grinding strategies to actually become over-leveled. Like Terranigma kind of comes to mind for that, where for several points in the game you do kind of some optimized grinding in order to become over-leveled for fighting certain bosses. Like the Crystallis is another one where, I mean, you specifically have to be max level in order to be able to finish the run, because of bosses having level requirements to damage them at all, so very rarely, like, truly underleveled in that run. Oh yeah, FF3 has some pretty fun ways to level up. Phantasy Star 2, I mean, Phantasy Star 2, any percent, you're like I don't know, probably at least 10 times stronger than you could ever achieve in a glitchless playthrough. It depends on the game as far as if I think it would benefit from being remade or remastered. I would say probably in general, like PlayStation 1 era RPGs would tend to benefit more. Just because early 3D polygon models I don't think have held up quite as well as like 16-bit sprite work. Yeah, I would much rather just see a new Chrono game than a remake of Chrono Trigger. I mean, I doubt it's ever gonna happen at this point, but guy can dream. Yeah, the Trials of Mana remake is really, really good. That was a pretty clean burn sword room, if you ask me. Right. Yeah, the Trials remake was, I mean, it was very faithful to the source material while still modernizing it in really good ways. Biggest time save in my runs, just cleaner movement and enemy skips, I'd say is probably the general thing that will improve my time the most. There's a lot of boss fights and stuff that could be better too, but as far as just kind of the single biggest thing that will drop my time a lot when I get better at it is dungeon. Just barely scraping by on IP after that almost wipe in the Tower of Sacrifice. Pretty bad hit from the guy because his strength growth hasn't been the greatest, so pop the fireball to make sure it dies in 6 hits. Definitely helps. Good staying asleep. Wow, nice. Gold! But yeah, that almost 2-minute gold I think is much more from this cleaner movement through this dungeon than from the flower fight. This category is new game. There is a retry mode or new game plus category, but it's not very popular or competitive because it's too easy. What New Game Plus does in this game is that it makes you get quadruple experience and money from fights. And I'm sure there's some bosses here and there that you'd approach differently when you're over leveled, but I think as a whole it's likely just going to be kind of the same run, only much easier. How is this game when not speedrun? I mean, it's I like to say it's kind of like a bit of a cross between like Final Fantasy VI and Zelda games like A Link to the Past. Because I mean, it's at its core, it's a turn-based RPG, but the a little twist that it throws on the genre is that the dungeons have kind of Zelda-style puzzle rooms in them, where you use tools like bombs and hook shots to solve them. And it's also kind of nice thing, kind of like Chrono Trigger, in that outside of the overworld where the encounters are random, you can avoid encounters in dungeons if you want to via either just avoiding the enemy sprites or using your tools to stun them. That's where a lot of the challenge of speedrunning the game comes into, is avoiding the encounters. The puzzles, I think, are pretty fair as a whole, but there's a couple pretty challenging ones. Like, you're not seeing it in my speedrun, but pretty much every puzzle has a hint tile that kind of tells you what the goal of the puzzle is. So none of them you're just kind of having to completely figure out blindly what your goal even is. But yeah, I highly recommend playing this game, though, to anybody that's a fan of classic RPGs like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Phantasy Star 4. Just a really polished turn-based RPG for its era. And yeah, it's got a lot of content that you're not seeing in this run too, like there's a built-in randomizer actually called the Ancient Cave, which is a really difficult side quest, and then there's a super boss called the Egg Dragon. Find these things called dragon eggs throughout the game, and getting enough of them, you get wishes granted by the Egg Dragon. Do it enough times, then you can actually challenge the Egg Dragon as a super boss. And there's also actually Pokemon too. There's a system called Capsule Monsters, where you recruit basically fifth party members for your team that are AI controlled monsters that you evolve by feeding them equipment from your inventory. It's a pretty interesting system that sadly you don't see in the full game speedrun, because it's just not, you just don't save time getting capsule monsters. But speedruns of the Ancient Cave do use capsule monsters, because they're just given to you to start. So now we're coming up on probably the longest dungeon in the game. It's about double the length of most of the other dungeons for North Cave. Yeah, RPG recycle bin is a good way to describe capsule monsters. Siren is in a bad spot. It's good. What I was going for, which was to try to speed up the second bomb going off by planting other bombs nearby, but I was way too distracted by the siren. Hey, Dinklings. Got the key, you must be thinking we're about halfway through or so. Nope, we're not even that much of the way through this place. Yeah, this run had a pretty rough start, but we're going places now. Saving 5.5 minutes on the troll split certainly helps, though. That was one where I died twice in my PV. Just luck on the bus. Up 4:30 would certainly be nice. Struggling to get the back attack on these guys. Got the visual aid, but it seems to be failing me. Well, as is often the case, that kind of sucks, because Salon not having IP is for the boss. stream's going in some interesting directions. Helps. I don't know if that's enough for boss those, because or wait, no, actually, is it through this room and then boss? So who's supposed to have the B-Rock? I think it's Max. Yeah, it's Maxim that has the B-Rock, so as long as he doesn't die, we're good. Pretty rough luck with the movement of the enemies in the bridge room. Like it is possible to get through this room with 0 fights. Consider like 1 fight to be pretty good too. Timed my gold before I start the fight. Looks like it's gonna be great. Yep, getting an early stream in today. A rare Sunday where I didn't really have much else going on besides streaming. Now there are assassins in this dungeon, but they're awful. Yeah, ninjas are coming up next. Some rough spots in that dungeon, but 5 minutes ahead. Storyline heal here. Back to the king to open the water gate. This next tower I'm going to actually has a fun glitch in it that I just learned about last night. Very, very easy to. Not like a huge time save, but it's more than 0 and looks fun. Really careful here, just because there's ninjas in this tower that can and will wipe me if I fail to skip them. No RNG at all with their movement, so I know how to deal with them if you have any trouble. Need to stun it twice, but I'm still terrified of these things. Weird. Okay. And whee! We wait until the I screwed up the skip for it because I blocked it. Yeah, as you can see though, failing a ninja skip isn't guaranteed death, but all 3 of them do knife thrower, or like, I don't know, 2 of them do knife thrower and the other double attacks guy, then well, it helps that it wasn't an ambush too. Yes, all of the above. It's my small too. Probably would have been a small world. New to this run and wondering why I'm opening and closing the menu like this. It's actually to avoid random encounters in the overworld. I might do that, it resets my step counter towards getting random encounters. Hey, accident, yeah. Whatever you want it to be. Given time, at least. Error balls or instant death item that against the next boss. I've really come to appreciate about this music, though, is the bass line. It's tone to it. Anthony. Hey, Speedrun fan. Very important safety save there, just because the next dungeon is short enough that it actually has no save point before the boss, and the boss is very... Lexus and Maxim are both faster than the gargoyles. I really would like at least one, preferably both of them, to land their Terra Ball. There's two. Victory is pretty much assured at this point. All the stuff can still happen like that. Wow, good. But in spectating that a lot of time there, I must have had at least one, if not two, deaths to the gargoyles in my PB. Well, maybe sub 430 isn't that unrealistic a goal for this run. I only missed like once, I think, the whole fight with Terror Balls. Hey, Linux Milk. Yeah, this run had a really awful start, but it's picked up a lot since then. Hey, Austin, thanks. Kind of a strangely designed dungeon, if you ask me, as far as getting the key being the first thing that you do. didn't get into the encounter there. And there's no boss here, so just watch a cutscene, get a bunch of free stat ups, and then we were on our way. Appreciate how tiny Ammon's energy wave is at that point compared to its like, sister. I think it's Oh, nice. Yeah, I know Boyd was doing a Metroid Prime anniversary stream too. That's actually honestly a series I've never played. The Metroid I've played is original Metroid, Super Metroid, and then the Game Boy Advance Metroid games, Metroid Zero Mission and Metroid Fusion. Maybe someday I'll play some more though. This dungeon also has a lot of rooms that you don't actually have to go to get the key, then get to the boss. The whole basement section that has a lot of good treasure in it. It's not good. Needed in the speedrun. Definitely needed casually. First cracked wall has a nice piece of armor in it that I'm looking into if there's any potential for, because it's got a really nice healing IP ability that works wonders against undead, but it requires a lot of IP. I think at best case it might just be like a situational type thing, where if I have a lot of IP coming into this section. Yeah, I mean that is yeah, when we're talking about 20 years, I mean that is definitely what I'd call retro. But even if there are still yet older games. Really don't want to get boxed into that treasure room with the double hand. Hey, Bandit Keith, happy holidays to you as well. I think Solana has some IP now. Last time she died. Nice, got the 1 turn. It's one of 2 what I call obligatory undead bosses. We're very susceptible to cheese via taking damage from healing, especially percentage-based healing, like those IP abilities I was using. Should get some pictures going though for where to emerge with the sub during this segment here to make sure. Oh, no, south. I'm looking ahead now. I'll have more to do in this town later, but popping in here to buy a weapon for Maxim. We've activated as a warp point. Way overshot it. Yeah, that's bit me a couple times in the past. Have it in big notes to swap to put Artie into the front row for the white dragons. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be able to pick up this much time in kind of the mid-game part. Thought I had a lot more time to save, like, late, like with the fire dragon and tank. Yeah, I might be able to swing a sub 430 if this keeps up. I know I lost about maybe 10 minutes or so against a good time up through Gades 2. A lot of this time is just coming from just not having to look at my notes quite as much just to remember where to go. Loving to use them a lot for puzzle solutions and what to do in a lot of the boss fights, but later in other ways. Left chest that I don't need. Hey, got through the mosh pit with no fights. That's really nice. Easy ones though. The main thing I still struggle to remember in this room is what to do, which direction to push the block. Japanese run I was watching last night actually exits out of this tower at this point and then does shopping and other stuff on the overworld. Pretty sure that's for manipulation though, not because it's actually faster by itself. Manipulates killing the white dragons in one cast of a some instant death AoE IP ability. Okay, don't walk into the mimic. Hey, that joke only works if it's a blue chest. Better way to get through that room, but menuing before this fight, right? Just need to make sure to put Artie in the front row before I actually use Dragon Teeth. Else I'll die. If I do put Artie in the front row before using Dragon Teeth, then it's a trivial fight. Supposed to pay attention to if Salon is faster than Maxim or not because of the RNG-based stat growth. Be a pretty nice gold, assuming I don't die to this boss because of move Artie to the front. He's already in the front. what my formation's supposed to be, though, actually. I forget to do a party swap at some point? Or Avenge Ghost or something? Oh, wait, Oh wait, no, what? Okay, no, I was reading wrong. Artie is already in the front row, but Salon needs to come to the front row. I also missed if Salon went before Maxim, but I'm pretty sure she did. Because I think if Maxim outsped Salon, then it would take 3 hits to win instead of 2. I'm still afraid of wiping to random encounters in this next segment, so I'm gonna do Post White Dragon safety save. I've died both to random encounters on this overworld walk here and in the dungeon. This thing right here can kill me in 1 turn if I set the skip. I'm not doing too hard though. Hey, game dev, clean up. On one of the dinos on the left. Way out without a fight then. Okay, this fun puzzle. Long time before I have this memorized. Every movement matters there. You make pretty much one mistake and it's... Alright, now we get to have a cameo by the world's most difficult trick. Safety. Definitely glad that the route changed to not need the Gorgon Rock anymore, just because that is a pretty rough detour. Go to the northwest side of that road. Some tight enemy dodges. Yeah, it looks a lot like the Esper Cave in FF6. Zoom in. Let's go. So it's a lot because of those failed encounter skips. I should definitely have enough IP to do Weapon Week, or do I actually? Now she can do Weapon Week, and I'm surprised she survived that. Become a heal bot after that. Ah, that's interesting. Maybe does she have fire resistance or something? 'Cause maybe the bite counts as a fire attack. Oh, well, if she only took 37 damage, she has to have fire protection. Trick strats for that fight. Both give make it so Guy doesn't have to spend a turn using Battle Lust on himself, and then Maxim gets a bit of a boost for his IP attack as well. It was a fairly clean dragon fight, but I'm guessing I got more encounter skips first try and some time there. And I think should be fine on IP for the ghost ship fight. Dragon doing a bunch of AoEs. Oh, it's a pearl brace. Okay, gotcha. Certainly makes sense then why even like manipulated runs still get still do the second trip into the Tanville Tower. Even if you could squeak out a victory against Tarantula without the fire dagger not having the pearl brace, it's causing problems later on. I was doing some research into like math type stuff for this game, and it sounds like elements can stack to some capacity. So maybe the dragon's attack counts as both a physical attack and a fire attack. I would get reduced by the pearl brace. So if I get lucky, this can be over in 2 turns. The summon I want to see too, because that summon does not put the ghost ship into the back row and cut the damage that my healer does. That fight was bad in my PB because I didn't have good IP coming into it. You know, I didn't have like a really bad fire dragon fight, but I just ended the fight with bad IP, and that could hurt me a lot on Ghost Ship. Yeah, Sacred Song I want to say it does like 49% of the Ghost Ship's max health and damage. Like two of them isn't going to kill it, but 2 of them that aren't reduced by it being in the back row or anything, plus like a melee attack will kill it if I get like a really lucky, I guess if it does checking situation or something, or calls a skull, which doesn't damage then. You can call swords too, which go in the front row and then use the damage it takes IP. If only Drowsy was this effective in combat as in cutscenes. Now we get to see just how amazing the QA job on the North American release of this game was, as far as the glitched out dual blade shrine. The Japanese version and the European version don't have this glitch. And as a kid, I thought that Maxim and Deus are talking telepathically, but no, he's there. If you if you see this cutscene free of the Dual Blade Shrine glitch, Deus is actually there. Yeah, if we're doing a casual play of this game, I recommend using a bug fix patch called for Lufia. The dual blade shrine glitch is one of many major and minor glitch patch fixes in its ROM. Oh, you can fix it with an emulator too. Okay. I guess it just depends on what the glitch is doing exactly. I guess I've always assumed that the layer for the tile set for the dual blade shrine and then the bottom floor of the ancient cave is just not there properly and it's looking at junk memory or something. But if it is there, but the glitch is just overlaying something else on top of it, then you could, then you can just fix it by just removing the layer using an emulator. Hey, GF0. The start of this run was really, really bad, both for luck and execution, but it's picked up a lot since. Might be looking at a sub 430 if I can keep this pace up. To go to apostrophe 3Y Kingdom. I like how even if you save your game here, the location in your save file is apostrophe 3Y. Instead of grazie. I find an ironic name for this place, given that grazie means thanks in Italian. If that even matters. The exact same soldiers we fought like about an hour or so ago in Vancouver Cave. We haven't gotten any beefier, although we have. More importantly, we've gotten a lot faster than we were back then. Yeah, it's speeding up. Alright, these things are the new ninjas, by the way. You do not want to mess with old golems. Glad I saved, because this might be a wipe, actually. Last one. Okay, yeah, that's the good. Yikes. Fortunately, it's probably maybe like minutes or so because I have to this fight. I don't think this is going to be bad enough to cost the chance at sub 430, but it's going to be harder now. They really need to not die again. Collision detection and for the pits and that screen is a little whack. Snuck up on me. Puzzle was pretty phoned in, if you ask me. As easy it is. Somehow beat like 12 guards even though we only fought 4. So Maxim is faster than the tank. That's pretty much a guaranteed one shot. If I was running through... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let's go ahead. Let's choose Valor. Oh, right now Science faster. Should be good. You're going alright. I had a death to Frost Dragons in this split, some time here, but going fairly well aside from that. And Oh yeah, yeah, and also, but yeah, massive shout outs to the sprite work on this tank too, as far as the eyes in the front and then the Burger King that's piloting it. Getting close now. Probably would have saved a little time if I hadn't died to the Frost Dragon. Hey Monica, good evening, Siri. Yeah, I've been getting a big PB every run just because my time isn't really that good yet. Still at the stage where just making fewer mistakes results in big PBs. Rest of the run goes well. I've got a shot at a sub 430 though, which is my first goal for this run. It's not the final goal though. I haven't really settled on that yet. Never want a PB by too much, exactly. Shields that have a really, really good attack buff IP. to call this the start of the musical tour de force that is the end. Potato time! Welcome, welcome everybody from Bench's stream. We're doing some Kusa Grande today. Do I want to know what potato time is? I mean, I like potatoes, so any potato time would works for me. But if I ask. I ask what that means in this context. We got a potato, nice. Well, welcome in everybody. We're just in the home stretch of a Lufia II speedrun. Why not? I mean, potatoes can make anything better. What kind of potato? Are we talking russet, Yukon, sweet? Hey, unbelievable. Hope you're still on the mend, alright? Alright, who here likes really good boss themes in old school RPGs? Because we got the Sinistral theme coming up here. Well, that's good. Sense of taste is pretty essential. I have this much IP because of failed encounter skips. I could probably get away with doing a Holy Energy in the 80s. Get some IP back from Hammon's Chaos Wave that he always opens with. I don't have red potatoes very often, but I would agree that they're very hype by potato standards. So what are you gonna do with the potato? I mean, it sounds like you were not expecting it, so have capability of making use of a of such potato. Pit stop here to hit up the casino but not actually use it. We're just going to flat out buy one of the prizes you can get from the casino. So some armor for Salon that gives her protection from all status conditions except instant death. Sweet potato French fries, I think, are delicious. Yeah, instant death, just add water. Although my favorite instant thing, it will always be Instant Martians from Looney Tunes. Yeah, these mysterious towers on a forbidden island that you can only get to with a flying airship that you only have the one of in the world are pretty well have pretty good groundskeepers. That is true. Yeah, I mean the Gorgons that live here, I think, have the prerequisite number of arms and fingers to be able to do gardening. I'd say maybe the liches as well. Start this fight over. It's probably not recoverable. That's never happened before. Take over. Yep. Alright, so I guess note to self, I think doing the preemptive shriek is probably the way to go because of how bad it is if guy gets confused. Well, trying to get a sub 440 or sub 430 just got more interesting though. By interesting, I mean tense. Yeah, if you ask me, this game is up there with Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, stuff like that. Just not quite as well known, especially in the United States. It's hard to go wrong too with a game that came out in 1996, but yet has its own built-in randomizer in the form of the Ancient Cave. Lucked out there with only one enemy in that fight. Yeah, that is an unfortunate downside to the Ancient Cave, is that the music is very repetitive and not very representative of how good the full game soundtrack is. Final save point in the game. Always impresses me too that the game's able to do these spinning energy wave animations like this without lag. Without, I guess, noticeable lag at least. Now we got the dual blade, the legendary sword that's the focus of a lot of the story, which we will not be using. And also we're getting the divine shield, which we're also not going to be using. The silver sword is more effective against the Sinistrals than the dual blade, sadly. Zircon shields let us do a really nice attack buff the divine shield can't do. Don't forget Shining Forest too, that's a really, really good Genesis RPG too. Yeah, I to this day I will never forget my experience playing Lagoon as a kid in the form of making it to the final boss rush, and which there's 6 phases to, and there's a sword that you need to get in order to be able to beat the game, but you only need that sword for the 6th and final phase of the final boss. You can get all the way to the last phase before you're just flat out stuck if you never find the moon sword, which is exactly what happened to me. Thought it has crossed my mind to actually play Lagoon again to get revenge for my childhood and actually beat it. Maybe I will someday if I ever get back to doing casual streams, because it's not a terribly long game if you actually know what to do. Oh, Kuso Advent Calendar. That sounds intriguing and terrifying simultaneously. Is that like the Kuso Gauntlet, and only there's a new objective unveiled every day or something? Yeah, I mean, having just seen a speedrun of Willow recently as part of RPG Limit Break, I can very, very much see the resemblance. That's a neat idea. I liked the advent calendar that the Link to the Past randomizer did, like, what, 2 years ago now? Where every day they revealed a password to let you do a very short random dungeon. Yes, the trolls cooperated very well. I saved like 5.5 minutes in that split. So if you've played Lufia 1, this is the prologue to Lufia 1. And why Salon has the light spell even though you can never actually cast it. The nice thing about the final Sinistral fights is that you actually get full IP at the start of every fight, which makes a really big difference, and that's kind of the source of most of my damage output. It doesn't matter that much, as long as she lives through the next 2 fights. Yeah, I mean, I believe Artie gets full IP at the end of the Divine Shrine when his sister sacrifices herself. I mean, given that IP represents anger, because IP is Ikari points, and Ikari means anger in Japanese. I like that they do that touch. Probably say Aram is the hardest Sinistral, just in speedrun. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm not actually sure who Karen is, but I know she's related to Artie, and I want to say sister. see the Galactic Lancer instead of the melee attack. That should be good now. Punches and kills somebody, which you didn't. Alright, this fight was pretty bad in my PB. Or, yeah, I guess I missed the split, so I don't actually know what it is. It's retying my gold. Upping some rings around to manipulate my team's relative agility to each other. The bosses. Yeah, having a guard Deus fight or just a kind of a more difficult final boss after Deus, I think would have helped a lot. This can proc instant death, which only Salon is susceptible to. And she didn't. Hey, ageless of many. But she might be able to kill a guy with Dark Fire if she gets a high damage. Kill a guy if I didn't double champion. Alright, good. That was my first Aram fight, really ever, where everything went exactly according to plan. Yeah, if you get an old sword drop in the final towers, then that's kind of a weaker version of the Dakar blade. Wish they got that in the run, but it does a percentage-based IP attack. It's like 1/6 the target's max health. Against like Deus, it does like 4,000 damage or something. Yeah, Maxim Sprite and Lufia 1 has 2 swords. Does Dark Reflector on this turn, so put guy in the back row so he doesn't hurt himself too badly. Should be the last turn. Alright, GG. Yeah, this is the final boss, but we have a little more to do before the end of the run. I like Lufia 1 personally, but it's a game I have a hard time recommending to other people just because it hasn't aged as well. It's just a slower paced and grindier game, kind of like old school Dragon Quests. So this should be maybe a 428. Yeah, it's got a lot of heart and soul, if you ask me, too. Like, I really like the story and characters in Lufia 1, along with some of the music and sound effects and stuff. Alright, and then we have just a final sequence here where we need to, we've saved the world already, but we still need to save our hometown and our child, which we'll be doing, accompanied by one of the most emotional crisis-type themes in any video game ever, if you ask me. Yeah, Lufia 1 just has a lot of fetch quests, too. A lot of people that played the game remember the infamous bridge repair fetch quest. Bad. Music we're about to hear is called For the Savior. Point. Heavily approved that you always get a full loop of this too, even if you're speedrunning. Final split is when we break the last stone. Hey! 15-minute PB. Heck yeah. That feels good. That wasn't even a squeaker on getting the sub 430 too, which was my fear after resetting on Ammon. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Much appreciated. Yeah, that is almost half an hour saved in the past 2 runs. Yeah, once we're done actually having to mash text, we'll do a recap of the splits. But I think the short summary though is early game was bad. I mean, there's 10 minutes to save there, but potentially, and I had what total of 3 deaths. One on see, I died on Camus, or I reset on Camus because he killed Tia pretty early in the fight. I died to an encounter in Grazi prison, and then I on pace to die to Ammon and reset. I guess I get to have the first US version PB that has the walking on thin air glitch in Northeast Tower too. And then I almost died to a ninja in the next screen. Had to get, I guess I flew too close to the sun there. Hey, thanks, Bamboo. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, the line that really destroys me is still to come when we see Maxim and Salon's son. Not yet. I think next we're gonna go for sub 420. Then I think at that point that's probably going to be the point where then I have to start being willing to reset over bad early games. If I want to keep bringing the time down. Or 2069, yep. The Catfish Jewel is actually banned in this category. It saves a lot of time, both from using it against Regal Goblin and then selling it for cash, so the rule set for no manipulation says that if you get a drop from a boss, then you have to either throw it away or pretend that it doesn't exist. That only applies to drops from bosses, though, not from random encounters. Like, if I got like an old sword or a Gorgon Rock or something in the last towers, I could freely use those. Alright, so yeah, like I said, start of this run was bad. I got disoriented on where I guess Lizard Man split. I don't really remember much about that, so I think time was okay. Catfish was rough. The fight itself was alright, but I made some slip-ups in the dungeon as far as getting disoriented and thinking I was in a different part than I was, and then failing some fight skips as a result. Lun's prison, I think, was okay. Regal Goblin was slow. Didn't get it. I only got it to sleep once, and it was deep enough in the fight that it didn't really matter. Like, it spammed the crap out of Call Companions, and I mean, I'm also doing some safeties on the in my route to pick up extra stuff so that I don't need to sell the Witch Ring right away. But having the Witch Ring is just so nice for particular Camus and the Tarantula, as far as Tia's heals being more effective. Lets me potentially get away with being a little bit riskier in certain scenarios on Camus as far as not doing double heals. Yeah, speaking of Camu, I reset on the first attempt because of Tia getting killed, but that was a learning experience too, I guess. As long as I'm doing the Witch Ring route, if I want to try to get away with only doing healing with Tia instead of both Tia and Maxim after a Buster attack, I need to actually watch how much damage Tia takes. Because if it's a high roll, I really need to do that second heal. If it's a low roll, I can get away with um um. If it's a low roll, I can get away with just healing with Tia. Okay, so anyway, after that, yeah, I had a pretty rude tarantula. Paralyzed me like 2, if not 3 times. Yeah, casino programmer is the best credit. I always, whenever El Magus leaves the intro credits running while he's AFK or something, I always give shout-outs to the casino programmer. Yeah. So the tarantula was pretty rude. I almost wiped, but got bailed out by the tarantula healing itself instead of killing me with a poison shower after I didn't unparalyze Tia. Then I forgot to buy the spells in Clemento, so I lost time on the clowns, and I got some pretty horrible luck on Pierre both times. A lot of time to save on the clowns. Cordovon Tower, I think, was okay. The K-Bridge was pretty bad. I still need to practice trying to get to the required fight there from the right direction without having a lot of other encounters along the way. Yeah, I mean, with how long, yeah, I could very much see how easy it would be to accidentally equip or sell the Catfish Jewel if you don't just trash it immediately. How many menus you do that involve jewels and how much of the run you'd have to worry about that. But yeah, then got first try trolls. I know I had 2 deaths there in my previous PB. Let's see. Ancient Tower. It was basically just a pretty smooth segment by my standards at this point. They have a lot of... in fact, I don't know if I had any unplanned fights in Ancient Tower in this run. Movement can always be cleaner, but alright. And then my Gades fight was pretty good as far as him always attacking characters that I was about to heal anyway, and then giving Maxim IP refills as needed. North Lighthouse was alright. The Phantom Tree Mountain was pretty slow, had a lot of failed encounter skips. I had one lion get paralyzed by the beat rock. Or of Sacrifice, something whack happened there that I'm... Oh yeah, I got into a devilfish encounter and everybody died except Dakar, so that meant not having IP for buffing Maxim's agility on Idura, and that wasted a bit of time too. Arloon Shrine I think was okay. Flower Mountain I think was also pretty solid. Always do the movement faster those ones. I had a pretty slow Shadow Bridge room in Dankirk Cave. I think I had like 3, if not 4. Actually, I think it was 4 fights actually, just because their movement just was really, really hard to work with as far as trying to stun them on tiles that I could get by. So I just ended up just having to do a lot of fights there. See, other than coming kind of close to dying to ninjas and the last encounter with them in the Northeast Tower, alright, got the walk on thin air glitch in the conveyor belt platform room. Had a really, really clean gargoyles fight. I think I only missed once with terror balls. It was good. Divine Shrine was just cleaner movement because there's required fights there. Got the 1-turn kill on Venge Ghost. Forget what happened on Tower of Truth. I think, oh yeah, Tower of Truth, I think, was just in my previous PB. I just had to stop a lot more to look at notes to remember the puzzle solutions, and I did better this time. Maybe I had issues with the boss too, just because of forgetting to put Salon in the front row. A Fire Dragon Mountain. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did the new glitch in Northeast Tower in this run. So I haven't actually timed how much time that saves yet, but it's probably somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds. I think if you're only picking up the Misto Jewel, you can get the you can get a Samu Jewel for free if you do that glitch too. Yeah, again, I don't. It's definitely under 15 seconds, but I still need to time how much it actually saves. But yeah, you could get a free Samu Jewel by using that glitch too, and I want to look into if there's any potential usage for that, even if it's just to sell for cash. Let's see, yeah. So then I think Fire Dragon Split. I just missed some encounter skips, especially in like the. Yeah, one of the mosh pit rooms I think was kind of bad. In fact, actually, you know what? That's one of the reasons the White Dragon Split was so good, was that I got all the way through the mosh pit room, the room that has the ghost chests in it, without any fights. I had a really nice ghost ship fight compared to my previous PB, at least. I wiped to a dragon encounter in Grazi Prison, which is why I lost time to the tank. Tried out my new trick strats for the tank, and I think those are probably a keeper, just because of making Maxim a little stronger as far as damage to the attack, along with Guy. Then let's see. Then for the rest of the run, Ammon 1 was pretty bad. Although I think going forward, I think I'll just probably do a preemptive shriek on Guy, in case he gets confused. Because I don't think Salon attacking physically is really going to mean much in the grand scheme of things compared to preventing Guy from doing bad things if he gets confused. Then Doom Island was overall pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, Salon I think died on Gades, but aside from that, all the final Sinistral fights were pretty clean. So yeah, so I guess big time saves going forward are just kind of the first hour and a half for the run in general, because I know a pretty fast Gades 2 split would be about an hour 35 or less than that, so between like 132, 134 would be a really good Gades 2 time. That does require some pretty good luck along with playing well too. So yeah, Amu, Tank, and I guess Ammon 1 are probably the easiest quote-unquote time saves. So yeah, so just hit my first goal for this run was sub 430, and we just got that. So gonna keep working at it and try to get a sub 420 next. And yeah, I mean, just keep it going as long as I keep enjoying the runs. I mean, as kind of expected, this is a pretty satisfying game to be good at because of how technical a lot of the dungeon navigation and stuff is. Oh, 133. Okay, that's a good. Yeah, that's a really fast time for unmanipulated, at least. Yeah. Like the Japanese run, which as far as I know is the record, gets a 105 Gades 2, but I mean that's Japanese text with full manipulation, so it's not exactly comparable. But yes, we get our final stats too. This is the number of times each character died in battle, and as is often the case, nobody lays a finger on the Dakar, and nobody touched Artie this time either. Salon usually has the highest number of deaths because of being the squishiest. We get our final in-game time. In-game time isn't used for timing Lufia II speedruns because it pauses when you're in the menu, but it's always kind of a nice number to compare with your final RTA time, because if you didn't reset at all, then your the difference between your RTA time and your in-game time is going to show you how good your menuing was, basically. And then we get Ancient Cave stats, which is all whopping zeros because we didn't actually do the Ancient Cave. But if you did go to the Ancient Cave as part of your playthrough, then you'd get your stats for that too. I'm assuming number of Masters bought, I think, means the number of times you defeated the Master Jelly on the bottom floor.